Oh, oops. I should probably set a hotkey to, like, unmute or not mute. But I don't, because I'm a fool. Hello? Let's just go ahead and get started. And the less time wasted, the better, I'm sure. We have bones to farm. Now, fortunately, I did in fact do some bone farming off camera. So we have a fairly healthy supply of ammunition. Rest assured, I only use bones. I'm dedicated to the bit. I'm dedicated to the challenge. Hello, Roderica.
Greetings. Nice to see you again. My name is Roderica. I should have told you sooner. Isn't this place impressive though? The round table hold, covert quarters of the two fingers, and gathering place of champions who vie to become Elden Lord. I never knew the guidance bestowed upon us tarnished had such fantastic roots, although it's all a bit much for me, in truth. I'm still looking for my own purpose.
Okay, so, just for those of us who might only be joining us now, who aren't entirely sure what this run entails, basically I have set an entirely arbitrary set of limitations upon myself that mostly just comes down to the fact that I can only deal damage if I use a bone to do so. So, currently our main method of dealing damage are bone arrows, or bone arrows daubed in some form of tincture or unguent that does another effect. Currently we only really have fire and blood and bird. Fire, blood, and bird. However, there are other things that we can use, such as fists. Fists are made of bone. They don't do very much damage, though.
Oh, and please allow me to express my thanks for giving me that keepsake from my men. It was as if I was frozen with self-pity. I failed them at every turn. You have my gratitude. Please, take this. It's all a bit much for me, in truth. I'm still looking for my own purpose.
So, Roderica provides a very important service, but it's a bit of a rigmarole to unlock it.
Well, where have you been hiding? I took you for dead.
I was farming sheep!
So it's all the same. Lay out your arms then.
We have to talk to Master Hugh about Roderica.
The girly boy, she's crestfallen and can scarcely swing a blade.
Same.
But she has a gift for spirit tuning. I saw another one like her long ago. Their eyes share the same hue.
While we're here, we can upgrade our longbow a teensy tiny bit. Basically, what you have to do is you have to talk to Roderica, then you have to talk to Hugh, then you have to talk to Roderica again.
It's all a bit much. I'm still looking for... You're telling me I possess some kind of gift? I don't believe you. But if I do have this talent, and goodness knows it would be my first, I suppose I should try to hone it, shouldn't I? I'll ask Master Hugh to teach me. Certainly he does appear intimidating and holds no love for us tarnished. I know he's trapped here.
Special medicine required ahead, therefore let there be money bags.
Oh, thank you, Tarnished.
He's a gentle soul underneath it all.
So now that we've talked to Roderica again, we have to talk to Hugh again. People in this game are very shy, and we sort of have to act as a go-between.
Back already, no matter.
Everybody here just has such poor self-esteem. And again, same, but it's kind of sad. First, Roderica's like, I have a talent? I don't believe you. And then Hugh's like,
The girl wants to stay with me. I don't believe you.
Bones.
Bones.
If I do have a talent, I suppose I should ask Master Hugh.
Alright, so I believe that should set things into motion the next time we come to visit. This is Brother Corhin. He doesn't have any bones, so we're not going to talk to him. Absolutely boneless. Destined to die in obscurity.
What do you need? I have little time to spare. Are you aggrieved at the notion you are but a visitant here? Then you would do well to remember the first words of grace given to you. Stand before the Elden Ring and become the Elden Lord. If those words held any meaning to you, follow the guidance of grace. Lay low the shard bearers and claim for yourself a great rune. Do so, and the doors to the round tables in the chamber will open, and you will receive the wisdom of the two fingers.
So, this is actually Sir Gideon Ofnir, the All-Knowing. But instead of an impressive knowledge god, he's just kind of a grumpy old man who likes books. Like, he's really not very impressive at all. He spends most of his time here hunched over things. And, you know, again, I can relate to that. But he is very grumpy, and I wish he wouldn't be. This is his friend. Never talks. Does have bones, though. I got my eye on your bones, buddy. This is D, Hunter of the Dead, but he is our enemy. I guess we should at least talk to him.
I don't believe we've met. I'm known as D. I hunt down those who live in death and weed their death root. Heed my warning. Those who live in death should be left well alone. All the more should you spy a mariner among their number, unless you wish to lay down your life in vain. Well, with a prowess for weeding death root. How would you like to earn the strength of beasts? If you're inclined to hunt more of those who live in death and weed their death root, then I'll introduce you to Garunk, the beast clergyman. I have a matter of my own to attend to, and the beast himself wishes for someone to take my place. What say you? Very well. Show me your map.
There's no reason to refuse this, even if I'm not really going to interact with it.
I've marked the location for you of a hidden gateway. It will lead you to Garunk, the beast clergyman.
It's just that later on we will want to talk to D for a quest. So I just want to get that out of the way. Not even sure I'll go talk to Garunk. I don't really care. I don't want the power beasts. I want the power beast bones. Alright, what the hell are we doing? I did a little teensy bit of research last night after we were done. And I know where to get just a free glintstone staff, no strings attached. And we will want one pretty soon. Sorry, it's a reflex. I need need bones. I don't need crabs. Ow. Sometimes there's just crabs. It's okay, we got the Ash of War we're not gonna use. Dear me. I forgot about that entirely. It's just the crab gank. You get ganked by crabs. Miyazaki loves that old trick. I wish I was joking. Oh, there is something that I should say. Grab these and just fucking leave. And that currently, on its current patch, Elden Ring is actually a little bit broken. It's a little bit not functioning as intended. It's a problem. There are a couple of weird things that can happen, and I think we saw one, actually. Like, I just randomly fell through the world in Stormvale Castle when zoning in. That's usually not supposed to happen. I believe there's also a thing about bosses, if you bleed them, they will instantly die when they go into phase 2. And given that blood arrows are, kind of an integral part of my strategy, that might become relevant. Lock-on aiming is terrible with tracking. Like, if the enemy is moving at all. Power of the crab. Horse. That's a big horse. Now, horses do drop beast bones, but I don't know. They've got a lot of health. Like, I don't think it would be bone positive. You know what I'm saying? I just don't think it would be bone positive. Now, sheep, on the other hand, extremely bone positive. You see, if you want to become an Elden Ring master, you have to get good at the grim calculus of bone. Why didn't any of those drop their bones? Why is this my life? I hate it. Alright, so according to my sources, which is a wiki that is sort of infamous for being wrong, there should be one of those old guy sorcerers just wandering around, just pacing back and forth, and if you kill him, you get his staff. So I'm gonna go mug the elderly. Now, these Otaks here, I have had very good luck with them in terms of bone drops. I think, like, the game knows that since they're small and tiny and kind of a pain, they have a higher chance of dropping more bones. Even though that doesn't make any sense whatsoever. Like, why would that be? Why would that be? mean, surely the sheepsies have more bones in their large sheeply bodies than the tiny little otak does. We could do a, good old-fashioned stagecoach robbery, but what would the point be? It's a great axe, not a bone axe. And all these guys, like, come on, that would take so many arrows. Oh, Torrent, please. Alright, I believe this is the man. Yes, we got his glintstone staff. Okay, mission accomplished. Mission accomplished. As cool as she is, we don't really have any business with selling, and we would have to kill a pumpkin head, and pumpkin heads are annoying. They've got lots of health. They are capable of absorbing many bones. Curses. So I think I will just leave them alone. Now this is a tempting sniper spot, but it's a waste. It's a waste of arrows. We would not gain anything of note from this except just runes, and runes can be gotten in other ways. A waste of runes. A waste of bone. That'll come in handy later. All right. I had a plan for what I was doing, but this game is so big. It's just like, I get distracted by shiny things constantly. Right. If you do precision aiming, you fire your arrow from the knee. Not entirely sure why, but you do. It just happens. Materia leaves are useful enough. Guess while we're in here, we should probably use Mighty Shot just to save on arrows. FP is a renewable resource. I mean, so are bones, but FP is more easily renewable. You heard it here first. Bones are a renewable resource. Oh, is it? I actually haven't heard that before. We don't often talk about arrows in the knee on this stream. that rat. That rat smolders with purpose. Basically, what the glowing eyes mean is that that particular enemy has more runes on them. And thus, you should kill them immediately, without hesitation. Oh. You have to admit, the pincushion effect is pretty cool. Like, it's also a little bit frustrating because, like, oh my god, how many arrows do you take? But it's cool. Alright. There's our prize. Alright, so, Rancor Call. This spell allows you to summon terrifying ghostly skulls from beyond. And skulls, as you might know, are bones. Alright, so there's like a mini boss down there that we're not at all equipped to fight. Like, it would probably just be a complete waste of time and arrows. So I'm just gonna go for a little bit of a Souls classic here. Ow. We'll come back later. Well, the picture thing should be working. I didn't change anything. I think it might just be a little inconsistent. Sometimes Streamlabs be weird. What a thrill. Too high up. Alright, so we got the spell and we also got a talisman that is of some use. It's not like super useful, but it's vaguely useful. It's also kind of disgusting. Strange. I guarantee you I have changed nothing. Alright, very important pickup here. The crimson hood makes you pretty. It also gives you a little bit of extra vitality, which is useful. Alright, so with that attended to, let's go back to the Rampart Tower. Pray we don't fall through the world again. And now... a bit of leveling up to do. it's a bit of a stats detour, but I'm confident that just having something that we can actually use that doesn't take up like a resource will be useful in the long run. So I might not have enough. Might have to wait for a minute. Oh well. We'll get there. So here's the thing about this build. It's bad. Like, this is entirely a gimmick. Do not think to use this build seriously. It's gonna go all... Goodbye. It's gonna go all over the place. It has very little optimization. It's just about bones. It's just about bones. You're going to have to make up for its shortcomings with cunning and deceit. And barring that, copious amounts of grinding. It's very easy to shoot a fucker in the face when they're asleep. Granted, it's not very sporting, but this is war. I think. I don't actually know what this is. It's kind of a fucking mess, really. Alright. I am uncertain, actually, if the talisman we get from this detour will be of any use, but it's something I want to test. And, you know, stone sword key is always good. There's a bird. I'm surprised that... Jesus. I'm surprised that hit. Come on, just a little bit more. There we go. That guy's kind of dangerous, because, like, he's fast and he's floating. He breathes fire. He's a dangerous bird, he is. It's the Bone War. We've been drafted into the Skeleton War at last. When Bone Enthusiast died, nobody put rest in peace on her tombstone. So she's been called back to the lands between. Ow. That hurt. like there's Scarlet Rot Valkyries in this game. Why can't there be Bone Valkyries? Bird. Alright, I guess the question is, do jump attacks count for jumping bow attacks? I'm gonna want to test this, and I guess I'll test it, well, it's not practical to test it on a bird. It might not even be ethical to test it on a bird. But the nature of bows is that you kind of want as much damage as possible. So let's do a little test here. Maybe? I don't think so. Like, okay, so the first shot was kind of bogus because it was like a surprise attack. I got a multiplier from that. Alright, testing it out on the Omen will probably just result in my death. So instead, I'm just gonna kill him. Omens are bad news. Unsurprising, given their names. But they're big and nasty. And they have a lot of health. Whoop. Also, when they try to fucking punch you in the face, they have, like, ridiculous poise. Like, you can fucking hit them in the face with an ultra great sword, and they're just like, I'm gonna punch you anyway. There we go. Omens have a lot of blood. It's true. Can't be denied. I don't quite remember if I grabbed this. Okay, it's still glowing. I did not. In addition to being a bone Valkyrie, I am an art thief. Pray forgive me. Fucking birds. Terrifying. Simply terrifying. Jeez. There's another one too. Actually, let me try one of the fancy Stormwing bone arrows I've got. Give them a taste of their own medicine. Equivalent, I guess. Okay, with that I can make more bone arrows. So, yeah, smithing stones is kind of... They overdid it on the normal kind. Like, it's pretty much always more financially viable to use a twinkling... No, not a twinkling. A somber stone weapon. Twinklies don't exist. They are a thing of the past, even though I do so love the twinklies. The fact that you need so many fucking smithing stones for just, like, one weapon... It's, like, plus 25? Rein it in a little. And, like, that's not even taking into account the fact that, like, some ranks of smithing stone are simply rarer than others in, like, really nonsensical ways. Like, why are rank 3s so hard to come by? Hello.
You were a fine warrior. Your only mistake was your choice of master. Let the winds lift you to a higher place. Well, who do we have here? Tarnished, are you? Clearly not one of Godric's lot. I am Nefeli Lu. Tarnished and warrior, like you. I'm here by decree of my father. How utterly repellent this is. This grafting of Godric's ill befits a lord. He's tainted the very winds.
You're not even looking at me.
If you intend to challenge Godric, I ask you call upon me. The winds run foul with his deeds. I'm certain father would permit me aid the fight. Apologies, but I've idled long enough. As fellow tarnished, we must each follow our own guidance, down whatever road takes us to the throne of Elden Lord.
So, to me, one of the, interesting foibles of this game's narrative is that basically there's this implication that's never quite outright stated that all of the other Tarnished you meet are technically your rivals. Like, presumably there can only be one Elden Lord. And everybody is trying to be the Elden Lord. So, wouldn't it follow that at the end of all things, when you reach that Elden Throne, they'd all be like, oh no, we gotta kill this bitch, or she'll be Elden Lord. But it's foolish. They can never kill the bone enthusiast. I need to take a sippy. I'm thirsty. Okay. So, 27 is not really the level I would recommend anybody fight Godric with. I've sort of beelined here because of the strange nature of my run. So I believe what I'm gonna do is come back to Godric in a little bit after doing some other stuff. For one, now that we've unlocked Roderika's services as a spirit tuner, I do want to upgrade my bone friends a little bit. Just a little bit. You can't do it much at the moment. You can do it a little bit. And since it's, it's not even 8 o'clock Pacific time, I figured somebody's got to be, yeah. Somebody's got to be fighting Margit, the fell omen. Hello, friends.
Hey!
Let's collect some bones. Woo! Oh, I only managed to get one use of the shackle off because this team does a lot of damage. We high DPS here. Oh, jeez. What the fuck did he just do? Did you all see that he just sort of fucking turned around in midair? Gravity is a suggestion to, oh god, bosses in this game. He's bullying me. A rune arc is not a bone, but rune arcs are exceptionally useful, and I do want some. And now we disappear like strangers in the night. I need like 20 more runes. Alright. You must die. That ought to do it. Oh, hey, chain draped tabard. Well, it's okay. So y'all know, or at least y'all should know, that I love Dark Souls 2. Dark Souls 2 is my baby. It's my favorite. One of the best games ever made. But it doesn't love me. It doesn't love anyone. And a lot of the problems with Elden Ring got started in Dark Souls 2. Mostly the hyper giga ultra tracking that bosses have. That's straight out of Souls 2. It was sort of an overcourse correction from FromSoft. Because in Dark Souls 1, enemies tended to be kind of slow. You didn't even really have to dodge roll to outspace them. And while that could be a problem, I feel like it wasn't enough of a problem to make ultra gigafuckers that just like churn literally 270 degrees to hit you with perfect accuracy if you're not iframing. Alright, so let's try Rancor Call. not very effective yet. But it's skulls, damn it. Granted, we don't have any upgrades in this staff. I have the bare minimum of stats to use it. And the skulls are very persistent. That cannot be discounted. But if I restarted Streamlabs, then the stream would stop. I mean, I can, I guess, if it's a problem. To raise money, raise runes, I suppose I should say. To upgrade my staff a little, I'm gonna do market a couple more times. Just, you know, I want to help my fellow Tarnished. And even if I don't do very much damage, I do have the shackle. It's shiny. Ada. Sadly, the Godskin duo do not have a shackle. You cannot shackle them, but you can put them to sleep, I'm told. Summon me! I have the shackle! I'll help! How could anyone refuse help from the lovely and wonderful bone enthusiast? Isn't she beautiful? Like, granted, she maybe overdid it on the eyeshadow, but it's the look. It's the style. It's the bone style. No. Oh, you cowards! You're intimidated by the bone enthusiast, aren't you? You think she'll come for your bones? Maybe that's an idea. That is something I could do. Actually, let me switch to the summoning pool and see if that gets me a bite. Hey, you. Summon me. You know you want to, you bulbous-headed fuck. Yeah, this pre-boss room, it's so boring. It's just a tunnel. Still, no joy. Hey, Mr. Greatsword Man. Wouldn't you like a bone enthusiast to help you? Oh, fine, fine, fine. I suppose we'll just move on. Just move on. These are a fun little mechanic. This is Rosus. He's a weirdo, but he points you to catacombs. And inside catacombs are Glovewort. And also bones. Not the good kind of bones, though. When you activate one of his statues, he'll point the way towards the nearest catacomb. This guy bamboozled me in my first playthrough. Because he's like, a proper death means returning to the Earth Tree. Have patience until the time comes and the roots call to you. And I'm like, oh shit, if I explore here, will I die? Will I get like a secret ending or something? No, you won't. You'll just get attacked by imps. Oh, ceaseless discharge, you and your funny name. Root resin is utterly useless to us at the moment. Imps don't have blood, so I should probably put my normal arrows back on. They're made of rocks. They're made of rocks. Well, don't you think you're clever? This is another thing that sort of stumped me the first time I played. I was like, wow, the timing, it's so tight. How do I get through there? You just have to hit the thing and it'll go down. Just use an arrow. Now, Prattling Pate is not nearly as good as the OGs, but, you know, he has his charm. I wish they were louder. I wish they were sillier. I wish many things for Prattling Pate. What was wrong with
Hello!
or
Thank you! Very good!
right, there's like a fuck ton of these guys, aren't there? Yes, a literal fuck ton. A metric ass load. Run away! I'm somewhat confused. Did they go up the ladder? Is that something imps are capable of? Have they learned to climb? Up we go. They did learn to climb. This is terrible. Dear God, help. Ow. Alright, so, bone-only build, struggling against imps a little bit. My arrows don't do much damage, and they're very aggressive. They're very aggressive and they're annoying and they dip and duck and dodge. And it's bad time. Bad time. Bad time. have to adapt and overcome. Or I could just not aggro them. I could just not aggro them. Well, bye. No. I wasn't born yesterday. There are only a couple of places in the game where gesturing will actually do anything. And I'd like to think I know them by now. Alright. So all these catacombs, they kind of run together in my mind. They're not that distinct. So I don't remember what the boss to this one is. Just gonna have to play it by ear. Oh, it's one of these idiots. Yeah. I really don't like these things. The way they move is really hard for me to read. Like, they just sort of float around without actually moving. Ow. But actually fairly vulnerable to being shot full of arrows, even though they're made out of rock. Let's head back to the Table of the Lost Grace.
Good to see you again. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your hood.
Thank, don't I? For persuading Master Hugh. I can happily announce that he has taught me the noble toil of spirit tuning. I'm as yet unsure of what I might be able to accomplish, but if I might be able to help you all, I'd certainly like to try. And if there's any chance to ease the suffering of my dear men who were grafted, well, I certainly must try. Roderica, the Spirit Tune Apprentice. Pleased to make your acquaintance.
Empower my bones.
Well, I took you no man to lay out your arms.
Upgrade the glintstone staff a little bit. A little bit. Sorry, taking a drink. Q has questionable object permanence, but it's fine. We love him anyway. Some more bone arrows, some more bones. Trying to remember where, like, you can get some glove work too. There might be some in the catacombs up here. It's not that important, but I would like to make my bone boys as strong as possible. I need the help. I need all the help I can get. By the way, don't fuck with jellyfish. They're completely, like, benign and non-hostile if you don't attack them. But if you do attack them, they all turn red and get really mad at you, and it's scary, and they give, like, no runes, so just don't do it. Don't do it. They're boneless, completely boneless. Why would you even bother? More imps. God, that has a range. Excuse me? Excuse you? I don't think I made a Windows noise. But I might have. As you can see, I'm somewhat preoccupied. I'm marginally preoccupied by getting murdered. Ow. This is a trap. It's a pressure plate. Don't step on it. Or do step on it. I'm not your mom. Like, for my money, it'd be better if you didn't. But again, if you want to, who am I to say no? I knew that was coming, and it happened anyway. Alright. Let's take on the boss with no flask. It'll be fine. It'll be fun. Well, forked hatchet. It's not a bone. It's not a bone. Alright, it's just this idiot. Go, minions! He's kind of having trouble, isn't he? Banished Knight Engval. He's not a skeleton. Why do I care? What a loser. Oh my god, you're not a skeleton? Wow. It's like so pathetic. Someday, the bonus night. I like it. I've actually been putting this off for probably a little bit too long. Hello, Mr. Pumpkin. Oh no! This game can be very slapstick. Oh my gosh. Alright, well that never happened. You can't prove it. Where's my blood stain? My rune stain. I don't even really know what to call this. Alright, let's try that again. Thanks to the Spirit Spring, we can just very easily come down here, provided we're on a horse. If we're not on a horse, we don't have the power. We don't have the power to be a Spirit Spring user. I just need to remember where the entrance to this... There it is. Losing my mind. Alright, this is one of them dark places. This is one of them places without no light. Well, for the stream's sake. Let me switch back to normal arrows. Listen, that first one was just a rangefinder. Just a rangefinder. Futility ahead. That sounds like my kind of scene. So this cave is hidden kind of far out of the way. I didn't even know it existed until like the third character I tried. I was just exploring random places. But it's worth coming here. Why indeed is it always cave? Dead end ahead. I'll be the judge of that. There was cave moss, not a dead end. Right. It comes from the knee. How's everybody doing this fine Saturday evening? So many wolves. How do they even get up out of here? Makes no sense. hello. Now, this is just my opinion, so you can take it with a grain of salt. But I've always found, hello there, that there's not really any bad weapons in this game. Like, bad weapon types, at least. Like, there are some that are less universally useful than others. But, like, even weapons with niche applications, like bows, I think that they perform just well enough in the situations where they're powerful that it justifies their inclusion. Like, I basically cleared that room out with no trouble because I could just shoot them in the head. Oh, octopus. Like, I feel like almost every weapon in this game will have at least one scenario where it's really, actually just really good. Like, it will actually do you a lot of good to use it. And I think that's admirable. I think that's admirable. Okay, yeah, the Great Stars is pretty good. A Shamshir. It's not made of bones, so why do I care? I believe that there's a giant angry land octopus over here. This is just a normal sized one, and it might not be angry. It's hard to tell with the little ones. Yep, there he is. There he be. How do I want to deal with this? Blood arrows? Probably. So, the weakness of the land octopus is the beak. If you can hit the beak, you do a lot of damage. If you can't hit the beak, sucks to be you. They're also fairly weak to bleed, like most things. Like many things in this video game, they are weak to bleed. Have you ever tried the silly hypercharged turbo Great Stars build? I've heard that's a good time. I mean, you know, just hitting things is a good strategy 9 times out of 10. Come forth, my servants. How you doing? My beautiful boys.
Roar.
Well, that was rude. Alright, so this is a little awkward because I don't have a melee weapon, so oh no. Ow. Normally what happens when you knock down a golem, you're supposed to stab him in the chest and do like a bajillion damage. A bajillion damage. But we have what we came for. We have the Blue Dancer Charm, which raises attack power with lower equipment load. So, this has to go. It's the turn nudity into power talisman. And while this does make me incredibly squishy and potentially violating some terms of service, if only I could shed the meat. It's true, it's weighing us down, this fleshy vessel. Oh, but it's so nice to look at. So, believe it or not, I could probably get rid of this too. Believe it or not, this is a pretty important damage upgrade because, like, there's not that much that can actually increase bow damage. There's simply not that much. Like, they don't scale super well with stats. Like, even if you have a completely unreasonable amount of dexterity, the scaling's only so-so. So on one hand, that makes bows fairly versatile because they don't require very much investment. But on the other hand, that does limit their damage output, unless you get creative, like the Blue Dancer's Charm and Arrow Sting and some other stuff. I'm not obligated to kill things without bones, but if they're in the way, I'm more obligated to kill things with bones, because I need bones. Speaking of which, I should go get some. This will be a treat for those of you who weren't tuned in last night. Treat, quote unquote. This is the bone farming spot. We go here when we need bones. Because there's simply so many goats and sheep goats. Does anybody really know what the difference between a goat and a sheep is? I think not. Those guys are fucking mean. Absolutely knocked me on my butt. My completely nude butt. Honestly, I think that these rags from Odyssey are weighing me down, and I could get more damage if I took them off, but the game won't let me. Now, it should be noted, I'm not being horny, I am being min-maxing. I am maximizing my bone damage by taking off every shred of clothing. Sorry, little otak. I don't actually know what they're called. I just call them otak because those are like little squirrel things from a book I like. I'm not even sure they have a name. They're just little guys. But they're little guys with bones, so I can't show them any mercy. They will live on in my ammunition and then be shot into other creatures. I guess they could be kangaroo mice. Dire kangaroo mice. They're still completely harmless. They're just a little bit bigger. Just a little bit bigger. So I did this for about an hour last night to get all of my arrows more or less maxed out. It wasn't as mind-numbing as you might think, though it was still pretty mind-numbing. It numbed the mind ever so slightly. Okay, what do we want? What do we want? What do we want? There's another Chattachome that I would like to explore because I think it might have a grave glovewort too. And if it doesn't, then I don't know. I'm a dummy. Oh, but it has skeletons in it. I don't really have a good way to deal with them. As you might expect, skeletons are sort of not particularly bothered by arrows. They just sort of get stuck in the ribs, you know? Where there's nothing. For whatever reason, I'm awful at finding my way around of this area of Stormhill. I always get turned around because, like, wolves drop from the sky and it's scary. Like, seriously, come on. It's ridiculous. Wolves don't belong in the sky. Oh, I can make fire arrows out of the butterflies, so I should pick some up. The wolves falling from the sky? I don't think it's ever explained. It just happens. Deal with it. This world makes no sense. I don't object to it. It's just a little strange and sometimes terrifying. Alright, where's that catacomb? Where's the chatachome? Barring that, where's the statue that will point me to it? Listen, I'm a traditionalist. I think wolves belong on the ground. I'm the antagonist of the hit kids movie, Wolves Can't Fly. Why am I like this? This should not be that hard to find, and yet here I am. I blame the fog. Whenever there's fog, I just sort of stop functioning. At least in this game. I can't see. Hello, Miss Finger Reader. No, you can't see my fingers. You'll eat them. You'll steal my precious finger bones. Can't let it happen. I mustn't let it happen. Ah yes, wild strikes. I'll just put that on my bow. Alright, was the catacomb closer to the big coliseum that doesn't actually do anything for whatever reason? It might be. Might be. Please don't kill me. Thank you. If nothing else, I can deal with recusant Henricus. That rapscallion. I think if he like taps me once, I die, but it's fine. Right. This is the problem. Alright. How about this? I mean, at least it hit him. Sort of. Alright, I can survive a hit. But this is not working because nothing I have can reliably hit him. What about bone darts? I mean... you know, you go to war with the army you got. Run away. And now I'm out. Ah! I punched him. I hate this guy! This man's vibes are wretched. Utterly wretched. That's gonna be a real problem later on. How am I gonna deal with the human type invaders that just have infinite stamina and do nothing but roll? Guess I'll need a lot of darts. That talisman might actually come in handy if it works with the Stormwing arrows. Because there are some dudes that do love to churl behind their dumbass shields. There are some motherfuckers of that description. Where am I? Where am I? Alright, I admit it. Rancor Call, not a very effective hunting tool, but probably better than fists when it comes down to it. goodness. Did somebody fall over? Well, none of my concern. No, I stop! Stop putting down markers! Enough! Enough of this. Hey, Barry.
Oh, well done. Well done indeed. You made it through that entire mess all the way to Stormvale. And off you trotted to the Round Table Hold. My sincerest congratulations. But how did you find the Round Table? Oh, you don't have to say it. Before, the Round Table was chock full of venerated warriors, but now it's home to puff chests and has-beens.
Puff chests, you say?
You've been terribly disappointed. I don't blame you. But still, the Round Table has its perks. Why not earn a seat? Fly straight and true, so to speak.
I'll fly straight and true, like one of my bone arrows.
Then you're interested. A wise choice indeed. To join the Round Table proper, you must acquire a great room and request audience with the 2 fingers in the inner chamber. They are the purported masters of the grace that guides your kind, tarnished. Yes. Pay them a visit, so that you may see for yourself. Challenge Godric the Grafted, Lord of Stormvale, to acquire a great room. Decrepit he may be, but a demigod he remains, and of course, an inheritor of a great room. Worse yet, I hear old Godric's acquired a ferocious new toy to graft. So, prepare for the worst.
Thank you. And thank you for not saying anything about my regrettable lack of clothing. They must contain at least 2 bones. You're correct on that front.
Time for crab. What a trill.
Streamlabs, are you okay? Those were from an hour ago. Oh dear.
I hate ultra gigafuckers.
Oh dear. Oh dear. Alright, well. Maybe it is. Maybe it is. I don't know. I don't know. I know nothing. Alright, well, I guess we should probably go fuck up Godric or something. I don't know. Normally I summon Nephili for this fight, but I'm actually a little concerned that with my current, questionable build, I simply don't have the damage if he gets, like, a health buff from another person. Because as much as it is helpful, and it is genuinely helpful to have more than one, Nephili's damage can be a little bit unreliable. Can be a teensy tiny bit unreliable. I've never fought him this way before, so we're just gonna have to see what happens. Godwick.
Mighty dragon, thou'rt a true-born heir. Lend me thy strength, O kindred. Deliver me unto greater heights. Well. Tarnished. Plain as a lord.
Hi, Dad. Godric here. I have too many arms.
I command thee kneel. I am the lord of all that is golden.
Sorry, dude. I just look at you and I think, wow, look at all those bones. Alright. Let's do what we can do. Right, that's a problem. Okay. Alright, that was a little embarrassing. I got sort of caught on gravestones and I was like, oh, roll, panic roll, panic roll. It's fine. It's fine. We only used like a couple arrows. The problem is that his like whirligig deflects my arrows. That's a problem. That's a real problem. That's also a problem. Would you stop? Gah! I'm gonna take a drink while he does this thing.
Ow, my arm.
Truest of dragons. Lend me thy strength.
Blech.
Smarts, it does. He keeps wiggling around. Stop it. Stop it, Godric. You're not doing anything.
I am the Lord of all that is golden, and one day we'll return together to our home, bathed in rays of gold.
Yay! He is the Lord of all that is golden. But I am the Lord of all that is bone. And he had bones, so... yeah. Pretty simple calculus there, if you ask me. Alright, so... don't need this. None of his things have bones. I mean, I guess maybe the dragon head has...
Lord of Golden Corral defeated.
Does the dragon head have bones? I mean, it does, but it's not... I'm declaring it not bony enough. Gimme.
What a pathetic excuse for a lord you were. Craven to the bone. Pushing me about like that. And after all that grafting, where did that get you? Look down on me, would ya? Godric, you filthy slug. Feel it. Feel it. Feel my bloody wrath.
Well-adjusted fellow.
Hello there. This weasel was... Godric was always looking down on me. He got what he bloody deserved thanks to you. I tell you though, what goes around comes around. He had an ugly heart, an uglier countenance, and met the ugliest of ends, eh?
Oh, they changed this. You can still purchase things from him. It used to be that when he started stomping on Godric's head, he would just hang out there and be like, now I can do whatever I want, eh, mate? And I guess so. I guess that's true. Alright, we have a task. We must activate Godric's Great Rune, because that will be of considerable help to our nonsense all over the place build. I think we would be better suited to start at the Rampart Tower, though. And, you know, if we decide we really want to use, if we really want to use the fucking dragon head, there are options. We can just get it back. I can go tickle a mausoleum. Leave me alone. Good job. Come on. Be reasonable. It's not being reasonable. What the? Okay. Thank you. I should probably try and save on arrows. Oh, it's terrible, terrible weight, but... It's sheep I don't have to farm. Ranker Call, why are you so bad? Oh, that's it. That's the way. Get him on the backswing. Get him on the backswing. Yes, get rankered. Experience the concept of rancor. He just started booking it. Oh dear. Run from the skulls. So in case you're wondering what exactly I'm doing here fucking around, I need to make my way. I need to make my way downtown. I'm sorry, I need to get to the Divine Tower of Limgrave. Huh, clothes. What a concept. So we can activate Godric's Great Rune and then get plus 40 stats for free, basically. It's kind of ridiculous. That will be very helpful for this build. Because we need stats in basically everything. It's... I wouldn't blame you, even if you were a completionist. Stormvale Castle is fucking huge. Like, alarmingly big. I don't really want to fuck with the lion at the moment. The lion doesn't have anything I want. There are honestly not that many enemies that use lightning in this game. Mostly dragons. So, we are faced with a choice. Do we deal with these guys?
Esme here. Thank you for not hurting the cat.
Or do we just fuck off? I think the answer is that we just fuck off. Like, ow. We don't actually gain anything, especially from fighting them. Like, I guess the golem does have a chance to drop the great bow. But, like, it's just a chance. And there are more reliable sources of great bows later. More reliable sources of great bows. Normal words to say, I think. Since there's so many birds here, I think it'd be a good use of my time and resources to get some, flight pinions. To do some fletching. Not only does fletching increase the range, it also increases the damage, so I think it's worth it. Like, now that we're sort of over the initial hump, we're not quite struggling for bones as much. What is wrong with this bow? Eagles are kind of a pain. We can also get the foul feet, which are useful for making the pickled foul feet. Gimme! I wasted a bone on you, you jerk! Oh god, the lobsters. Fucking rail cannon lobsters. I used to be terrified of lobsters. I got over the fear, and then I think this game gave me fear of it all over again. Listen, I'm naked for a reason. It gives me more damage. I'm not joking. Alright, well, we got his great rune. Mission accomplished. Let's head back to the round table hold. And now... we're so much more powerful. Like, you can really feel the difference at lower levels when you pop a rune arc for Godric. Hello.
Are you that new tarnished? You've done well. I am Enya the Finger Reader. I interpret the words of the fingers, envoys to the greater will. Look there. The fingers tremble to welcome you, Shardbearer. Let their wisdom wash over you.
Great Elden Ring, root of the Golden Order, anchor of all lands, giver of grace, wellspring of all joy. Until it was shattered, the tragic corruption of the Order has taken its toll. Across the realm, life lies in ruin, fallen to pieces. Foul curses and misery spread, unabating, but the greater will has not abandoned the realm, nor the life that inhabits it. So it is that the tarnished are guided by grace, called to act. Brave tarnished, your great rune is a handsome shard of the
Well,
Elden
gosh,
Ring.
thanks.
Seek another of its kind to become Elden Lord and restore the Golden Order.
Let the words of the fingers guide you. Well,
I sort of ate it, sorry.
Demigods and even the creator of the champions are hewn by the earth tree upon their end into remembrances. They are valuable indeed. These remembrances yet house the power of their former masters. And should you wish to wield that same power, well, I will lend you the strength of the fingers. Oh, do not recoil from my offer. The fingers guide us all. And you, tarnished, you are here to take, are you not?
I guess I'm here to take bones. So this is where we could get the dragon head if we wanted to. If we still had the remembrance, which we don't because I ate it. Hey Gideon, I got a rune.
You've received the wisdom of the two fingers, have you not? Then I bid you welcome, as a true member of the Round Table. I am known as Gideon Ofnir, as a tarnished who wishes to stand before the Elden Ring and become Elden Lord. I am accumulating knowledge, to be all-knowing. You now belong to a select group of fellows. As such, I ask that you remain constant.
Sure.
You'll be after more great runes now, eh? Then as your fellow, allow me to divulge a little knowledge. The inheritors of the great runes, the Shard Bearers. We of the Round Table know the location of 5 of them, including the one you defeated. Godric the Grafted, Lord of Stormvale. General Radahn, who fought Melania and her lot to a standstill.
Horse boy.
In the wilds. Praetor Rykard,
Snake man.
Lord of the Volcano Manor of Mount Gelmir. Morgoth, the Grace-Given.
Guy with horns.
And Lord of Leyndell. And Renala, Queen of the Full Moon.
Lonely single mother.
Ruler of Rhea Lucaria's Academy. You'll still be after more great runes, won't you?
We can talk and ask about the various shard bearers here, but there's no need to right now. If you have a question about one of them, I can answer. I have lore in my head. I've got lore in my bones.
You again. I thought you'd receive a summons to the Round Table. Nefeli Lu. We met at Stormvale. I'm glad to see you here. I have something for you. I found it in Godric's grafting grounds. You were the one to defeat him, I would hazard. Make good use of it. I don't intend to make a habit of scavenging corpses. Ah, yes. I wonder if you've met my foster father. He's in his study. The room Ensha's guarding just over there. If you haven't already, I advise you introduce yourself. Father is leader of the Round Table. I'm sure talking to him will be worth your while. It's about time I headed off. I'll see you again, warrior, should the fates deign it.
Thank you. See you again, Space Tarnished. So why is Radahn the best character? He's got a horse. His horse's name is Leonard. That's cute. Tiny little horse named Leonard. What's not to love? Oh, also.
We meet again after all. I apologize for any offense given by my bearing, but I'm quite unable to move, you see. So, what do you need?
I need to give you some soap, my good dude.
Ah, you defeated Godric and claimed yourself a great rune like we both got what we wanted out of Stormvale, didn't we? Well done, friend.
Did you want these flies?
Go on, take it.
Not a bone.
As you might have guessed, I still can't move. My fighting days are behind me. No need to be polite. I've no use for it anymore.
Pretty sure that if I went down there, I'd just end up wasting a bunch of arrows on another annoying NPC fight. Okay, let me think here. I think we need to get some more bones. And then we can finally get like an actual melee weapon soon. And that will alleviate the burden quite a bit. There are actually a number of weapons in this game that are made of bone. It's just that they're on, like, the second half. There are a couple of notable exceptions, though, and we're gonna get one soon. I just believe you... Maybe you don't. I think you have to defeat Godric to get it, but you might not have to. It's challenge run enough that I feel like you shouldn't. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Oh no, I'm out! I'm out! Speaking of challenge runs and roll sheet, I think like several people now have actually just gone and beaten the game with only the roll. That would actually count, I think, for this run. Because I would be throwing my bones into the enemy. But again, that's quite a distance into the game, and to get it you have to do some real fuckery. And fuckery is not something I'm very good at. I'm a little bit on the obsessive-compulsive side, and I like to do things in a fairly set order. Imagine that, I know. Alright, this should be enough bones for our purposes. We're going to head for Liurnia of the Lakes for a very specific purpose. Haha! It's the bone throne. It's made of wood. It's made entirely of wood. Observe. What the hell? This used to be breakable. It's not now. It made getting up onto it a bit of a chore. Oh well. It's got mushrooms. Maiden, dear maiden, where are you? Please, take my grapes. I say that all the time.
You're tarnished, aren't you? Then perhaps you could spare some room, believe it or not. I studied glintstone sorceries at the Academy of Rea Lucaria. For a small donation. Well, bless you.
It's literally 10 runes. That's like 2 sheep.
My name is Totes.
This guy must be really hard up.
I can teach you sorceries, as promised. Only none of them are particularly great.
And none of them involve bones, so I'm just gonna chat.
Apologies, friend. I'm afraid my meager sorceries are no match for your generosity. All right. I can tell you what I know about this place. That should help a bit. You've seen that structure to the north, towering over the water. That's the Academy of Rea Lucaria, where we study glintstone sorceries. Only its doors have been closed for quite some time now. After they declared they wouldn't interfere with the shattering, the Academy cast repelling seals on the east gate leading to the capital, and the south gate leading here. As you might have guessed, the seals are still active, making entry to the Academy impossible without a glintstone key. And so I'm stuck here. A fledgling sorcerer, with little chance of acquiring a key. When they cast the seals, I'd just popped out. And now I'm uprooted from my place of learning. Why not find yourself a glintstone key? Without one, you can't pass through the Academy, and you'll never reach the Erdtree capital. And if you find an extra glintstone key, perhaps, once you've tied up all your loose ends, and I can be very patient, would you consider donating it to me? I know it. I'm a glintstone.
Thank you for the $10.
Sorcery, but still, my place is at the Academy.
So, like, the secret about Thops is that he's actually a genius. Like, straight up. If you do his quest line and you get his sorcery, the description's like, holy shit, this would have made him a conspectus if the Academy wasn't full of dumbasses. Oh, my friends. I'll take that. Alright, so here's a confession. I fucking hate this music. The Liurnia combat music is like the worst track in the game. It's discordant nonsense. I hate it. That's all. My opinion has been given. Oh. Lord Soren's bolt. Too bad it's made out of wood. Blech. That doesn't give any sort of arrow, but it might be useful. You're still alive? Yep.
Surprised you found me in my little nook. No matter, no matter. Your money's as good as anyone else's. Why don't you take a look at my wares? Oh, but don't ask me how I got my hands on them, eh?
Sure. Right. This guy does sell the astrologer staff. The astrologer. And a couple of other useful things. I guess we shall sell. We shall do business. Commerce with this man. We will sell things that are not bones. Like this weathered straight sword. The lantern is a really useful thing, in my opinion. Just genuinely. Alright. Let's go ahead and put that on the hot bar. No. Basically, it's a torch without having to use your hand. The cute little lantern hangs at your side. Oh, these guys. So, I'm going to pick up the map here, but I'm not going to really go in the usual sort of route that you might take in this area. Because I have something very specific that I want to pick up as soon as I can. Dickhead. Oh no, I'm caught in a tree. We are heading straight for the village of the Albinaurics to set in motion an event. Oh, sheepsies. Sorry, I couldn't help myself. So the nice thing about Elden Ring is that when you're on torrent, poison swamps aren't actually a problem. He is a spirit steed and does not get poisoned. He just chugs away. He keeps on trucking. Horsing. Truck horse. Horse truck. Vow the indomitable. Not a bone. It's just not a bone. Actually gonna pick up some of these poison blooms. They're not exactly what I would call useful, but it will allow me to basically double the amount of bone darts I have at any one time, which is actually, I think, not bad. I think that might actually be pretty good. Increase. Oh, I already did that. I'm a fool. Oh no, crab. Let me get off. Let me off Mr. Torrent's wild ride. Alright, so we run into Nephilim again.
Oh, it's you. Well, what do you make of it? What's happened to this village? I witnessed a sight much the same in my infancy. The oppression of the weak. Murder and pillage unchecked. A waking nightmare made by men. But this time, I'm a woman grown, and though the suffering cannot be undone, I can still mete out justice. Justice to the oppressors.
Yeah!
The scars I carve remind them. I am Nefeli Lu, warrior.
So this is the village of the Albinorics. It's full of these crying old men. They'll also try and smack your shit, though, so be careful. They're not very good at it, but you need to be aware. This is a complete waste of time and arrows. Why am I doing this? Oh, my bloodlust. It's simply too great to control. Let's just go ahead and reset the aggro. This town's finished. Basically, this guy gives you a clue that there's actually a survivor that you should try and go find. And also there's this fucker. The depraved perfumer. He has Crimson Tear Flask too. It's a bit of a problem. He's pretty dangerous if you go up close and personal. Because that perfume does a lot of damage because it's exploding perfume. Evidently that is something that exists. Ow! Fucking rude. Actually, hold on. Sickle fashioned from ivory. Weapon carried by aged Albinorics. These weapons are evidence of their dedication to the Halig tree, despite never having entered its presence. So, my dear friends, what would you say? Is ivory bone enough? Is ivory enough of a bone? Very well. Well, what's the difference between a tooth and... Well, I guess there's difference between a tooth and a bone. Like, there's pulp in a tooth. We'll hang on to it for now. Hello?
Please, no. Dear me. I haven't a clue. No secrets lie with me, not a one.
Hey, watch where you're grabbing.
Wait then. You're not one of them. Well, what a relief. Oh, goodness me. I am Albus, an Albinoric. As you can see, we're finished. The whole village is finished. The cursemongers have destroyed everything. No one that remains has their wits about them. I beg you. Would you look after this medallion? You must keep it out of the cursemonger's hands. And if you should meet the young Albinoric Latenna, then please give it to her. A chosen land awaits us Albinorics. The medallion is the key that leads to the city. It's only a quaint treasure for we who cannot make the journey. But for dear Latenna, it is needed to fulfill her purpose. My legs will soon fade, and with them my life. Alas, this is the immovable fate of all Albinorics.
He wasn't kidding. He just immediately fucking croaks. Well, for now, it's not really a problem. We can deliberate later. Like, I figure if we're counting magic skulls as bones, we could probably count teeth. But for now, let's just go with it. Alright, but for the time being, we have to attend to something. That first something is dogs. The second something is that big fucker over there. I will summon my minions. And try and get a sick headshot. He's one of them dodgy boys. He also does a fuck ton of damage, by the way. Need to be careful not to fall off. No, my minions! I'm on my own. Okay. The Omen Killer has been defeated. Enemy felled. For efforts of the Crucible Knot Talisman. Which is completely useless to us because if you wear it, it makes headshot damage less bad. It's like, not only is it not a thing if you're not in PvP, basically. It's also not a thing for us because it's like headshots are important. We cannot disdain them. All right, this is gonna be a little awkward. I'll do my best. I'm actually gonna put some clothes back on just for a little bit of safety. Normally, I wouldn't even give a fuck about this. Like, normally it would be completely whatever. However, I've never done this with a bow before. What's this? Oh no. And even though Ensha is, like, completely pathetic, he is one of them dodgy NPC invader types. Though I seem to be having a pretty good time of hitting him. Ow. You know what? I'm just gonna fucking shank him. Because he keeps doing this and it's annoying. Leave me alone! Don't want to get hit by that. I had jinxed myself. Alright, well, all of our problems are over now. I would not really classify Ensha as a great enemy in any sense of the word. But he's dead. We'll get his stuff. Yeah, I'm the skeleton. Alright, so we get his special weapon, the clinging bone. The bone what clings. It's not very good. But it's the bone. Hey. I think I'll stick with the hood for now. Hey, asshole.
You. What is it? Oh, my apologies for that nasty business. Henshaw got rather ahead of himself, it seems. As his master, I'd like to express my regret. But now, Henshaw is slain and gone. Finished. Forevermore. Ah, yes. By way of apology, allow me to tender some advice in regard to the half of the secret medallion you possess. Find the Albinoric woman. She hides in a cave to the west of the Laskia ruins, which jut from the mist-shrouded lake of Liurnia. She knows the location of the medallion's counterpart, I'm sure.
So yeah, he basically tried to murder us with his stupid skeleton lackey, but we were better with bones, so we killed him. And he's just like, gee, sorry.
Now, look at you. Those eyes tell a story of a challenger who's felled her mark. Find 'em well. Now lay out your arms.
So we're probably still gonna favor mostly bows. And later magic. But the clinging bone will be really helpful with just like, you know, procuring more bones. Yes, we have a melee weapon. And to celebrate, guess what? It's time to kill more sheep. Oh, no, my controller, please. Plug back in. I need you. I literally can't do this without you, controller. I mean, I guess I could use mouse and keyboard, but that'd be awful. So to be perfectly honest with you, I don't know what happens when you die to Ensha. It's never happened to me before because even when you're playing with a dumbass stupid bow build that isn't even optimized for bows, you can still kill him pretty easily. So the clinging bones are a fist weapon. They attack pretty quickly. They do a teensy bit of magic damage. And they primarily scale with dexterity. But they also scale a little bit with well, not intelligent, but with arcane. No, come back here. They're still very short range. You can either power stance them, or you can have just one blade in one hand and use something in your offhand. Right, I should... Even killing sheep is difficult when you're looking at chat. Given that these are super light because they're fist weapons, I might actually just go back to nude. I might actually just put the dance of talisman back on. Because they could definitely use the attack power help. Also, somewhat annoyingly, I need to have Godric's Great Rune active to actually use this at the moment. I think I still need one more point in Arcane. They're not good. They are bad weapons. They have really high stat requirements for no real reason, and the reward for getting your stats that high in the first place with the weapon is nothing. It doesn't even have a unique Ash of War. You can get Lifesteal Fist from a Scarab in Caelid before you could probably get these. But they're bones, so we have to use them. I knew what I was getting into. Sort of. He's yelling at me. Alright, let's try it out. Ow. Ow!
Oh nice, we have acquired true bone power.
Jeez. So, Ensha, the whole thing with Ensha is kind of emblematic of one of the problems I have with this game that is very core. So, like, obviously, they want to be evocative of the Dark Wraiths with Ensha's design. Like, he has the skull mask, he has the dirty skeleton armor, and he's got a weapon that has, like, a lifesteal grab. The parallels are obvious and need not be belabored. But the problem is that they're just parallels. There's nothing about Ensha that's actually interesting. Like, at all. He's just there. And he's just like, hey, remember the Dark Wraiths? Weren't they cool? And yeah, I guess.
Edge, comma, Lord.
That doesn't make you cool, Ensha. Literally the only things he does in this game is he stands outside the door of a grumpy old man. And then he goes and bullies the elderly and disabled for their shiny trinkets. That is like the exact opposite of cool and interesting. He's a fucking thug. He is a lowly pillager. Why? I don't know. He just does it. He has no backstory. He's just there. Something about royal remains? I don't know. And then he randomly attacks you in the round table hold and you kill him without even really thinking about it because he's fucking easy. When you actually have, like, a real build. And that's the end of it. Gideon's just like, oh, did my servant man try to kill you? Oh, that's too bad. Sorry. Sorry. I need their bones. This is non-negotiable. And it's like, okay, so even if Ensha's whole thing was that he's just a petty thug, that could be interesting. But he's just there. He never even talks to you. He literally has no dialogue. He's just an element of the world that doesn't amount to anything. And he seems to mostly exist as a callback to something that was better. Something that was more interesting. Patches exists in his own negazone of patchesdom. Sometimes he's a spider. Sometimes he's in a robot. He's just Patches and he does what he wants. And that's... what else can you ask of him, really? As far as I know, he's literally the same dude each time. Just this dimension-hopping traveler who just really cannot resist kicking people into wells. Maybe he's been cursed by the greater will. So I'll talk a little bit more about the general complaint when more things come up, but I really did want to just say that Ensha is a waste and I don't like him. And it might be a little strange that I feel that strongly, and I agree, it is strange. I don't really know why. He rubs me the wrong way. He's got atrocious vibes. Not anything like me, of course. Oh, here's a dude. Here's a dude. I would like to play an Armored Core at some point. Hello. And that doesn't even do a lot of damage. I guess, like, the heal is nice. Oh, trousers. Oh, this guy's loaded. Yeah, give me that good runage. Oh, sorry, Kaiden Alenko. If they come out with it, I'll play it. So here's a fun anecdote, actually. Did you know that my first FromSoft game was not Dark Souls? It was not even Demon Souls. It was, in fact, Another Century's Episode 2. And then Another Century's Episode 3. I never played R though. I heard R was kind of bad. I love giant robots almost as much as I love murdering wildlife for bones. Why am I still doing this? I'm just talking. Well, whatever. Oh, I'm absolutely drenched in blood. He literally, like, talks to the fucking Emperor of the Spacemen. Emperor of the Spacemen? The Grotto, I think, from Leisner. He's just like, hey, have you seen this dude? To this alien spaceman with a scouter. And it's just like, what the fuck are you talking about? Have you seen this man? No? Okay, I guess I'll kick your ass then. It's fine. Domon is as Domon does. Alright, now that we have this lovely little melee weapon and we don't have to worry quite so horrifically about just running out of arrows, let's go exploring. Let's go exploring. There's some nice stuff on the Weepin Peninsula. I'm harassing octopi. Ew. Fist weapons on horses are not especially good. Their reach leaves something to be desired. Scree! Egg. Alright, I'm curious to know if a demi-human is an enemy of human stature. Oh yeah! Listen, the clinging bone has decreed that they are human. They deserve full human rights. I would never backhand a real octopus. They're really smart. That'd be like backhanding a baby. Or a puppy. And I'm not about that life. No. Oh. The Shadowkeeper is not a puppy. I was tired of wearing clothes. Ah! I have no range. Oh, you little guy. Oh no, it's a trap. So this is kind of just how I get in Elden Ring. I just, for all of the fairly biting criticisms I might have of it, I do enjoy just the moment-to-moment quite a bit. What if I had poise, though? What then? I just like exploring. I like exploring, I like finding things, I like enjoying the world, which is very pretty. I like harvesting bones from small otak. I like seeing what's in, like, caves and dungeons and stuff. Even when I've already done it, it's just Dark Souls and the games, well, sorry, Demon Souls and the games that are derived from the formula are just fun to play, in my opinion. Even if sometimes they make bad design decisions. And honestly, who am I to dictate that? Maybe the guys who made the Crucible Knight duo are fucking brain geniuses, and I simply do not have the wit to understand that. Oh, hello. Don't want to fall, don't want to fall. I foresee this being a problem. Oh, it's fine. I have tough legs. You there? Give me your bones. This game is cowardly and doesn't let you, like, pick up normal human bones, except for human bone shards. Which are sort of their own thing. Torrent has tough legs, too! That guy has bad aim. I ducked it! God gamer moves. That is a very funny part of this game a lot of the time, is that its hitboxes, when it comes to, like, the player character, are actually very accurate. So when you do things like just crouch or even emote in such a way that moves your hitbox, that counts. Like, sometimes you can just legit duck under attacks. That's pretty neat. Yeah, it becomes much less good when you get to large enemies. I need to start pumping up intelligence because the death sorceries that I want to use later require lots of intelligence. Look at all of these dead people. You! Are you the murderer?
Hello? Is somebody there? Might I bend your ear for a moment, please? My name is Irina. I've escaped from Castle Morn to the south. The servants there have rebelled. I can't be sure what it is. My eyesight's been weak since birth, you see. But I swear I heard frightful howling from all over. My good father secreted me out the castle, but decided himself to stay. He says it's his duty. As commander. I fear for father's life. The servants are full wrath, filled with hatred for every one of us. They've since come for every one of the companions I escaped with. They haven't spared a soul. I fear it's no different at Castle Morn. Please, I implore you, would you mind taking a letter to my father? At the castle, when my soul wishes that he escape, even if his honor should be the price. Please. I just want him to be safe. Thank you.
I refuse! No, of course I'll deliver the letter.
Then please, take this. Deliver it to my father, who remains in the castle, if you please.
So let's take a closer look at the clinging bones. If we can get a good camera angle. So, the way you wield them is that they just sort of latch onto your hands. And you just bash people with some femurs. Those are femurs, right? Tibias? It's been way too long since I've thought about bones in any medical capacity. Huh, you know, we actually have not fought a giant. A troll, sorry. We fought some dogs, though. Hey, buddy, I need your life force. A club-like bone, you say? Why, if I had one of those, my life would be much easier. I hate dogs so much. Dark Souls dogs, I mean. They are a different breed than the average sort of dog that one would pet and take on walks. Murphy is not a Dark Souls dog. I mean, I wouldn't go so far as to say that he's well behaved, but... Right, so we are running into a new enemy type here. The Misbegotten, which is sort of rude, you know? Though it is not outright stated, it seems fairly implicit that Hugh is a misbegotten. They look very similar. Oh man, when they charge for you, their heads are right at arrow height. I like that. No. Like, that's honestly, like, that's a perfectly reasonable assumption to make. But Hugh is not an omen. There's a couple of key differences. He's too small to be an omen, for one. Like, one of the parts of the omen curse is that you become large and ogre-like. Like, even Morgott, who was like, I don't want to be an omen, still became very large and omeny. But Hugh is not especially large, but he does have a lot of the traits that the Misbegotten have. Or I could be entirely fucking wrong and he is an omen. And I'm just an idiot. I'm an idiot from hell and I don't know what I'm talking about. But I think that if you, like, took a close look and you compared the two, I think that you would find that he has more in common with Misbegotten than Omen. But the Misbegotten and the Omens are actually fairly intrinsically linked. It might be a variation of the same curse or mutation, or it might not be. Don't ask me. I don't make lore videos. Maybe I should. Hoot. No! Oh, that's a lot of dogs. I don't like that. Fire arrows will make my problems go away. I'm actually fairly knowledgeable about Elden Ring lore, because I have sort of gone on a deep dive about that stuff. Mostly because I was curious, but also because I was honestly a little desperate in a weird way. Like, I wanted to find something in this game that was deeper than the surface level lore puzzles, but I just couldn't. This game is very weak thematically. Whatever it says, Dark Souls has already said, and better. It's kind of... I want to say it's bad, but it's not... It's disappointing. Oh, but alchemy... Alright, so... Alchemy is interesting enough, but it's not... I'm trying to find, like, a way to say this that doesn't come off as, like, me being a snob. But that might be impossible. Alchemy is just a gimmick. It's fake. Like, it was a pseudoscience from 5 billion years ago that has no basis in reality. This game being an allegory for alchemy is kind of like, oh, that's neat, but it doesn't say anything. Like, there's no commentary being made on the human condition when it's like, oh, the Elden Ring looks like some alchemical symbols. Unless, like, you just really like alchemy. In which case, all power to you. I require your life force and your bones. Maybe I can just, like, think of it as I'm sucking out their marrow, like some sort of bone vampire. I mean, yes, it did lead directly into chemistry in the same way that the four humors theory led directly into modern medicine. Or some iteration thereof. I'm not saying that olden-timey alchemists were dumb. I'm saying that the science that they practiced was Hello, hand ballista. That actually is a viable weapon for this. I don't know. I'm not expressing myself very well. I'm poisoned. I hate it. Fortunately, poison is kind of whatever. Lasts a while, though. I guess we can chalk it up to just personal preference. That I think that, like, the allusions to alchemy are interesting. They're kind of the neat kind of thing. But when you compare this game to, like, the first Dark Souls 2, Bloodborne, or Sekiro, then it's really lacking in terms of narrative. In terms of, like, narrative cohesion and theme. Like, I could talk for quite a while about, any of those games and what they're trying to say. But the problem with Elden Ring is that what it's trying to say, in as much as that it tries at all, is basically, it's the same story as Dark Souls. Like, quite literally. I came all the way back here because I'm talking about lore like a dumbass. Is that the same basic plot structure is there. And, like, it's not even the same basic plot structure. It's kind of word for word what happened. So let's compare. In the beginning, there was nothing but fire. I mean, there was nothing. Then there was fire. Then Gwyn came and he was like, hey, I like fire. Fire's pretty cool. And then he had his Age of Fire. He was the big honcho, the big cheese, head big man on campus. Until he wasn't. Until his civilization started to decline. Because that is what civilizations often do. Wheel of history and all of that. And then we look at what Marika has done, the Gwyn figure, quite literally. She found the Elden Ring. She became the vessel for the greater will. And she had her Age of Gold and the Erd Tree. Hello. Please go away. I'm trying to explain things. Ah! Alright, well I guess we can talk about this while I fight the Knights Cavalry. And the same thing happened to her. She tried to keep her vision of civilization, her society, her order from fading by taking out the rune of destined death from the Elden Ring, which basically made everybody immortal. Ow. Owie. But in that immortality, stagnation started to happen, just like what happens with the curse of the undead, etc., etc. Owie. His weapon has a bit of a range advantage on mine. That's okay. His horse just bit me. think he moves a little too fast unless he gets stuck on something to use the bow on. Ow. Oh geez, I'm in a bad way. Sometimes being naked makes things a little harder. Where was I? Alright, now I can stab this man for ruinous damage. Absolutely ruinous. There we go. Okay. Killed a boss while talking about lore. Truly a God Gamer moment. If we were using shields, Barricade Shield is one of the good ones. Let me just rest at the site of grace real quick. So basically the Age of Fire and the Age of the Erd Tree are functionally indistinguishable. Turtle shells are bone, and the turtle shell is actually right around here. We could at least pick it up. And basically the shattering of the Elden Ring and Gwyn's linking of the fire are the same event. And the Tarnished are, just like the undead, are chasing a vaguely bogus legend about becoming Elden Lord. Which is, in many ways, just a transparent attempt to reestablish the order that was and maintain a certain sort of hegemony. I mean, we even go so far as to fight what remains of... Well, never mind. That's a spoiler. That's a spoiler. A woo. And so, I guess it's more accurate to say that I object to the story of this game, not because it's necessarily bad or because it doesn't say anything. It's because it's just a retread of something that already happened 10 years ago that was better. And I expect better of FromSoft in that regard. Because, basically every game that came after, except Dark Souls 3, which was a bummer. Well, another thing is that Marika's motivations are so frustratingly vague, it's difficult to actually tell why she did what she did. And that is a lot of guesswork. I think that there was absolutely some resentment towards the Golden Order. Or more accurately, some resentments towards the order that was imposed upon her by the Greater Will. But her actual motivation for shattering the ring is, I'm not entirely sure. It's an outstanding mystery. Well, I mean, I suppose if I can blame George R. R. Martin instead of FromSoft, I will try. The Thai commercial is a trip. I saw that. But if she didn't shatter it on purpose, I don't understand why it was shattered at all. Hopefully the DLC might shed some light on this. Because, in all fairness, before the DLC I basically would have said that Dark Souls 2 was bad. That game was very much made by its DLC, and it really pulled everything together for it. The seal on the rise is opened because I killed some ghost turtles. But what we do know about Queen Marika is that she's a real fucking piece of work. You know, it's like... It's a conscious stylistic decision. That doesn't necessarily make it good or necessarily make it bad, but it's absolutely what the team wants. That's how they want to tell the story. And certainly, you can take issue with it. I think that at times it goes a little bit overboard. Hello? Hello, owl? Oh, this owl is glowing. This is a powerful owl. I better not fuck with it. I think that the vagueness is at its best in Dark Souls 2 because that game very much deals with loss of memory and loss of identity and self. And the idea of having unreliable or obscure information sort of ties into it all. This is quite effective against slower enemies, isn't it? It's like free health. It's free wheel estate. But also, Dark Souls 2 was kind of the game that Miyazaki had the least to do with, which is a little... It muddies the waters a bit, but certainly it was his vision to tell stories in a vague way, because the anecdote is that he was inspired to tell Demon Souls and thereon in the way that he did by reading books in a different language than the one he was familiar with. So everything just felt kind of weird and mysterious to him, and he really liked that feeling. Oh, hello. Gravitational anomaly, oh no. There was a man inside. Of the things that could be inside a gravitational anomaly, a man is probably one of the less bad things. Ah. How dare you. Don't think this guy actually drops anything worthwhile. He's just kind of there. Yeah, that's another... I think that one came out more recently, but it's been talked about a lot. Another anecdote about what inspired some of the weirder systems in these games. I personally genuinely really like the way these stories are told. I don't expect everybody to. I just like that it takes work. I like that it's such an active and demanding experience to piece together what's happening. Because it's such a different paradigm from what is usually going on in a video game and its story. Most games wouldn't know subtlety if you hit it over the head with a brick that said subtlety. And while I wouldn't at all like it if every game was like this, I think that there is room in the world for games of this description and stories like this. And I enjoy them when they come to be. It's like, I feel like Sekiro actually gets left out of these conversations a bit because it's kind of its own thing. It tells a much more, well, my arrow's not, I hate this. It tells a much more traditional story in a much more traditional way. I'm wasting arrows. I don't think you were actually here for it at the time, but Streamlabs did eventually play your bit messages. It just happened an hour later, so I think something might be fucking up beyond my control. That seems like a server thing. I say to absolve myself of the responsibility of trying to fix it.
It's working better now.
Oh boy, the Impaler's Catacombs. I can't wait to get impaled. I'm mostly looking for Glovewort. Oh, you're behind me. How quaint. Meow, I'm a cat. That man's an octopus. We've got a regular menagerie here. So, Sekiro. Like I said, it tells a much more straightforward story in a much more straightforward way. It doesn't require an awful lot of digging to get to what is actually going on. There certainly is some stuff that is buried deep in there if you want to look for it. But unlike the other games, it's not mandatory viewing. You don't need to necessarily understand where the divine dragon came from to understand what it has to do with everything. But I think that story is still one of the better ones I've played in a video game. Because it's thematically very strong. It is intrinsically about loyalty and how that can ennoble or debase a person. Yeah, I know. You're very funny. Ha ha. False message. Oh, right, this thing. It's a little scary. Can't remember if there's stuff up there. There might be. But you're intended to fall down below. I think there's just like a flower. I don't need a flower. That bad? Not enough to risk a spike ceiling. You do, in fact, get the flash juice if people like your message. That guy got a lot of flash juice. Unless those were all dislikes, which is entirely possible. Oh, get off of me. Unhand me, sir. Hey, I got a grab too. I'm a grapple character. I'm pretty sure these guys are just going to keep spawning.
Please help.
So I'm just going to get a move on. Probably get ambushed by a crab or something. Crab adjacent. I need to turn my headphones down.
I think I figure out the theme of this game. Wouldn't it be fucked up if some guy grafted other people's body parts to himself?
It would be pretty fucked up. No lie. I'm covered in so much blood. Now more. I'm wasting my time. There's no reason to do this. And of course, Bloodborne is very strongly about how do I put this in a pithy phrase? It's kind of complicated. It's not about how man is the real monster. It's about... I mean, it's kind of about how man is the real monster.
Bloodborne is actually just how Miyazaki thinks the UK works.
I mean, you know, that could be true. Wait a minute, this thing is heavy. Need more attack power. I don't know why this is so difficult, but it's like, I guess if I had to do it succinctly, it comes from the description of one of the Carol runes, in that the Great Ones are sympathetic by nature, and they will often help if called upon. I think, like, it's about the narrowness of human perception in a lot of ways. About how we don't have eyes for certain things. How we make assumptions based on how something looks or exists about what its intentions are. you again. Ow. Ow. How dare you? Don't you know who I am? Evidently not. I mean, I guess technically demi-humans do have bones. More importantly, we got some glove work too. So I'm gonna go and upgrade our buddies. Buddies.
Greetings. Are you here for
Oh yeah, he was praying about something. Hey.
I didn't notice you there. I'll be doing my job, same as ever. Just lay out your arm. Those words were not meant for you.
Evidently not, because I didn't hear him.
Prisoner to you, tarnished lot. My prayers are mine, and mine alone. Well, I've had my say. I'll be more careful too. I spoke with the girl. She has a gift for spirit tuning, so I told her everything I know. I'm indebted to a spirit tuner I met long ago. It was all I could do to honor her. I'm sorry I doubted you.
We don't actually have anything he can strengthen at the moment, which is a shame. Oh, we can actually up the glintstone staff a little. Okay, let's do that. Let's take a nice close look at Hugh here. Alright, so you see how there's these,
Personally, I'm indebted to a spirit tuna.
you see how there's these little growths that look naturally almost finger-like coming out of his waist? And you see how his feet are, digitigrade, I guess? It's sort of hard to tell. Because he's shackled to the ground. But they're certainly, they're bestial. Omens have normal-ish human feet, even if they do have some horns growing out of them. We'll see more Misbegotten when we get to the castle. Castle Morn. We need vigor so we don't die, but we need so much. We need so much of everything. Ugh. Oh, Miyazaki, you're such a freak. My confession here is that I never use digitigrade correctly. I don't know what it means. I'm an idiot. Don't listen to me. It's just they're not human feet. That much is evident. See? Look at my feetsies. No claws, no nothing. I'm making a mess, Gideon. Some more bones while I'm here. Listen, all I know is that Wyverians are digitigrade, and if you don't draw them that way in your horny fan art, you're a coward. I'm taking a stand. Oh, you know, actually, now might not be the worst time. I'll just reallocate my flasks real quick. Well, he's also got a tail and scales, so it's an understandable enough. I'm once again gonna put on armor because this guy's kind of tough. He's kind of tough. You can see because of all the blood stains down there. Down we go. Alberic, I respect you, but you're a fool. I'm getting frostbite. I've gotten frostbite. Fights with invader type enemies are always going to be a little tough for this build, I think. Arrows are very ineffective, and these are short range, don't have a lot of stagger. Oh, get me out of here. Fortunately, jump attacking. It's a good old fashioned standby. Likes to hide in mist. Okay, there we go. We got the Taunter's Tongue, which I'll never use because I don't really like PvP that much. But that's not why we came down here. Just have to find the right door. Alright, this is where the Cipher Plata are. Can't use it, don't have high enough faith. It's basically this weapon, except instead of bones, it's light. What I actually wanted is I didn't have to come down here for it, but it's not like I lost anything from fighting him. Alright, we can go back to glorious nudity now. here's Nephili. She's sad.
Ah, you. Please, leave me be. It's pathetic, I know, but I need to think.
Okay. There we go. I think I'm actually gonna leave this one locked because I think it's like the Assassin's Prayer book in there. That's kind of bad. It's also not Bones. Now, Creepus's crossbow, however, is actually pretty useful. For us in particular, it gives us basically a whole other avenue of launching bones into people. Which, when boss health bars start getting unreasonable, that'll become useful. Though it's not the crossbow that I have in mind for long-term use. That's not available just yet. But I wanted to have it just to have. Oh, a vainglorious nudist who threw himself into the fire. Alright, back to the Weepy Peninsula. So I have lots of opinions about video games and their stories. And the fact of the matter is, I expected better from Elden Ring than what was given. And maybe that was foolish. I've never read a book by George R.R. Martin. Maybe he's not actually a good author at all. But I at very least expected something new. Something at least trying to say something that wasn't already said better in Dark Souls. But I think in a lot of ways, this game is very safe. This game is very bet hedgy, you know? It's like, yes, it's a big open world thing. But when you compare it to what came before, like Sekiro or Bloodborne, those games took risks. Like, they were very unsafe. Sekiro was honestly only tangentially related to this genre, and had a couple of flourishes in the FromSoft pedigree, but it was much more a character action game. Good night. Tell your friends. Or don't. Crazed Bone Woman talks about lore. Might not be the easiest sell. And before Sekiro, Bloodborne was a pretty big departure from the established formula of Demon Souls, Dark Souls, and Dark Souls 2. It was much faster. It focused a lot more on it had a very quality over quantity approach when it came to weapons. Because, like, the Souls games and Elden Ring are pretty infamous for having just a fuck ton of different weapons and builds you can use. Bloodborne did not have nearly as many, but it made sure that the ones that it did have were very good and very strong. Squeal. Like, and it sort of had that whole trick weapon conceit, which I maintain is just like the coolest fucking thing ever. Should get the map. I should get these bones. So even as something as simple as the burial blade, which is, it was, the weapons were just iconic, you know? They were iconic in the actual sense of the word. When you think about Bloodborne, you think about trick weapons, I think, if you've played it. If you haven't played it, maybe you think about dapper men sitting and standing in forbidding poses. I mean, okay, I also think about Maria, but remember, Maria had a trick weapon, the Akuyo. It was one katana, but also two katanas, and also it was on fire and bloody. Oh, right. That asshole. I better deal with him. Getting the Rakuyo for yourself is basically impossible, though. Unless you just run past those damn whale shark men. Fuck those guys. Hardest boss in the series. The funny thing about the bow giants is that they're basically helpless once you actually close the distance. They don't have a different weapon they can switch to. Alright. Look at the little guys in the boat. It's cute. The siege of Castle Morn. A lone hero fights for his vengeance, only to fall at the hand of Lord Godfrey. It's kind of heavy, but it also increases stamina regen. As long as we're still in light load, I think we're okay. This isn't actually a very... this is basically the grass crest shield of the game. Except it's a turtle shell. Castle Morn doesn't actually have anything particularly interesting for this build at the moment, so I'm going to leave it for now. I'll get some stuff elsewhere on the peninsula first. So I don't know. I think that a lot of the complaints about Elden Ring kind of being Dark Souls 4 with an open world are very valid. I think that the game does suffer from its hugeness more than it benefits. That said, I still think it's a good game. I wouldn't be playing it if I didn't. Nobody asked me to. I'll play bad games, but only at request. Oh no, the rats. Bonk. Bonk. If you're lucky, rats will drop a rune arc. If you're unlucky, they'll drop a rune. If you're really unlucky, they won't drop a damn thing. These guys are afflicted with the Flame of Frenzy, which is another idea that is honestly kind of borrowed and sort of chopped up and redistributed from other games that came before. At least it's funny. The Flame of Frenzy is very funny. Because if you use the incantations, you shoot laser beams out of your eyes while screaming in pain. It's very high concept. Observe. Pew! The basic Flame of Frenzy spell is actually really powerful. It's extremely FP efficient, and it does a lot of damage. It takes some effort to wind up and like actually connect because it's a little slow, but if you can, it's a damage and stagger monster. I've messed around with it a lot. It's fun. But it's also kind of just like, why does there have to be frenzy in this game? That made sense to be in Bloodborne. But in this game, it's just kind of like, oh, I guess they thought they had to have it because people liked Bloodborne. The thing about Elden Ring I've found is that it's just this pastiche. Pastiche? Pastiche? To everything that came before it. And while I don't necessarily think that's intrinsically bad, I don't think it's good either. Because a lot of the acclaim that these games get is that they are always quite innovative, and they tend to break new ground. Be it in terms of storytelling or game design. At least, that's how I feel. It's a disappointingly safe game. It doesn't try anything new. Except, well, there are a couple of things. Like, guard counters are kind of nice. But, like, it's not a game-defining thing like rallying. Oh, you big beefy fellow. Or, you know, having fucking guns. that was kind of a big one. But, you know, such is the state of mainstream game development right at the moment that despite all of my complaints with it and all of my criticisms, this is still probably the best game that's come out in as like a AAA title in, I don't know, a long ass time. And the whirligig saw, oh god, that was such a good weapon in the old Hunters. It was just, it was so unique and fun, and it's just here again. And, like, that's fine, I guess, but stop reminding me of better games, Elden Ring. Just trying to find a safe way down. Alright, yes. I have nothing but fondness and love for Muriel, Pastor of Vows. Safe way down might not exist. Turtle. Oh, hello. I did not see you there. I think that might be because my eyes are tired. Alright, let's just go back down the easy way. Twiddle. This is the wrong way. I need to go down. Or up and to the west. These guys are Erd Tree Guardians. You can find them wherever the mini trees are. Oh, fine. I have the energy. If you're having trouble with the early game, I would recommend that you come to the Waipik Peninsula, because it's kind of a hot spot for churches. And churches pretty much always have a sacred tear in them, which makes your flask more effective. Having a couple of those under your belt before you like go into Stormvale basically makes each flask a full heal. Very useful. Not that you should even begin to entertain the idea of using this run as a guide. It's completely stupid. Bone only is not really a viable build. Oh no. The problem, of course, with encountering hostile skelly bones is that I have no good way to deal with them. I just kind of muddle through bones. Alright, that lets us craft rancor pots. Which, in fact, spawn skulls. So they are allowed. Hello. I thought that was an enemy for a second. Observe. Rancor pots are actually pretty powerful. Like, eventually, Rancor Call will outdo it. When you have enough scaling and a good enough catalyst, but right now, they're actually just the better option. Sadly, human bone shards are a little rare. Only bones. Only bones. Hold on. Skeletons count as human build? They do. Give me your marrow. Yeah, arrows really not effective against skeletons. Unless they're a very specific type of arrow, which we can't use. It's forbidden. I'm also really not a big fan of the music that plays in Catacombs. It's really jarring and obnoxious. The old games didn't need music for everything. Well, it was a good attempt. There are a lot of flourishes in Elden Ring that definitely sort of speak to... Be wary of skeleton. That definitely speak to a desire to be more AAA. More mainstream, I think. Like, probably getting the George R.R. Martin name helped quite a bit, because I know people love their Game of Thrones. There's a lot more focus on cinematic bombast. Every area has music. Because, like, when you got to an area in the older games, like Dark Souls, Bloodborne, what have you, when it had music, that was kind of a big deal. Like, that meant that there was some significance to what was happening. Like, when you get to Ash Lake and that intense choir Gregorian chant starts going. Or like when you get to the Upper Cathedral Ward and that weird, uncomfortable dirge starts playing. Or when you get to the Shrine of the Mana and you can only hear the Finito singing their song as mages bombard you to death over and over again. It's like, they lend weight to the proceedings. Or like, hell, even that sort of obnoxiously triumphant tune that plays when you meet Guinevere. Like, that's more ironic than anything, but the first time you hear it, it's like, oh wow, I've really done something. I would be less harsh on this game's music if it was actually good. That's my final appraisal. I just don't like most of the tunes in this. Oh dear. I messed up that jump a little. Iframes. Imperfect iframes, but iframes nonetheless. That's 100 runes, I guess. Jeez. Leave me alone. Oh, I missed. I'd better beat feet, I think. Or... Haha! Truly, I am a genius. for the sub diffs. I'm trying my very best not to let the world prevent me from streaming more regularly, but it's tough. Most of the time I don't feel like I can be even marginally entertaining. It's the wrong way. And I probably wouldn't have actually done this unless an emergency medical... Well, it wasn't really an emergency. It was just an unforeseen medical expense came up and I needed to cover it somehow. So here I am. You know, actually, I could make some fletched fire arrows because I've been diligent in my collections. It's a fairly minimal increase in damage. In fact, for fire arrows, it doesn't really matter. But the extra range is significant, and it is nice. Minions.
Bone.
Absolutely. Bone. What? And like, look at this guy. This guy's literally just a mad one. He's from the Witches of Hemwick boss fight. Except he doesn't even look as cool. Hold on, let me try this. I wonder if it'll work. No, he is not of human build. Go, minions, go! Yeah, good job. Alright, so we got Lutel the Headless, who is probably one of the better Spirit Ashes in the game, depending on what you want to accomplish with your ashes. But even though she is headless, she's not a skeleton, so I have no use for her. I have lost, I could not begin to count how many bones I have gathered in this game thus far. I spent an hour off stream last night just farming sheep for their bones. It's a lot. It's a lot of fucking bones. Because until we got these lovely little clinging bones, our only real method of attack was bone arrows. Oh, great. I'm not a big fan of Erd Tree avatars. There's so many of these fuckers. I don't want to dig through the VOD and count the bones. I'm not insane. I mean, maybe a little. Alright, buds. I need your help. Run interference for me. This is why I made all the fire arrows. They're weak to fire. Being trees and everything. Ah! Uh-oh. Well, there go my buds. Hate that move. Now, once you get the hang of it, fighting these guys is not hard. But if you try to do it in like a traditional way, or if you like try to circle around it on torrent, you will get destroyed. Because this guy's tracking is utterly unreal. Like, even when he goes for an overhead swing and you're going at full tilt on torrent, you will not evade his strike. And quite frankly, I don't have the energy for that kind of emotional labor. It's really inconsiderate. Fortunately, you can still fight him effectively on torrent if you want, and in fact, it's probably the safest way. The key is not dodging, it's outspacing. You just need to be out of range of his attacks. Much easier when you have a bow. Less so when you don't. I don't know why I'm picking all these sunflowers. They're useless for my purposes, because they're not bones. Oh, by the way, don't fight an Erdtree avatar in the rain. It weakens fire attacks. That was probably a mistake on my part, but I forgot. Dynamic weather system that matters, we promise. Well, I'm being cruel and nitpicky, and I apologize. Erdtree avatars are just probably one of the weakest parts of the game, because there's like 12 of them. There did not need to be so many woody asylum demons. Like, you thought 3 in the first Dark Souls was too much. You ain't seen nothing yet. That's a good strat, honestly. Space rocks are very strong. Relinquish your bones, you ungrateful beasts. Thank you. Now when I'm playing, I see a flock of sheep and I'm just like immediately, oh, it's time. You might think it cruel and callous, but each one of these bones represents 3.3 arrows. Repeating, of course. Oh, I should play Valheim again. I'm sure a ton has changed. It's one of those things where it's like I always kind of forget where I'm at and I can't get back to it easily, so I start a new character. And then some manner of catastrophe happens, and I'm just like, well, I guess that's it for today. next time I do it, would probably be better to do it with friends. Or at very least somebody who could bail me out if I ended up losing all of my gear in dangerous territory again. I don't think there's anything of use in the Witchbane ruins. Oh, these are the Tombsword ruins. I'm a fool. The Witchbane ruins are just down the way. That might be a fun stream idea for when certain developments are finally finished. Bone, bone, bone. Where are the bones? This is a lot of bloodstains. Oh, right, because these idiots. These dickheads, these motherfuckers from hell. Surprisingly weak to getting shot in the face. No, Phantom, I need to see. Please. Oh boy. Not a bone. But like I said, I just kind of like doing things in this game. For all of my complaints and gripes and nitpicking, I think it's a fun video game that is deserving of most of its accolades. I think people, like, losing their minds and screaming masterpiece at the top of their lungs, or maybe letting the hype get to them a little too much. Alright, there's this place. The Scar Seal is useful enough. Oh, but it's a... nah. I'll wait for the Sore Seal. Nah. Will this work against a ghost? Yes. Okay. It's the Fourth Church America. Tell me, do you think Marika the Eternal has girl power? Well, yes, of course I think Marika the Eternal has girl power. Do you think that she leveraged girl power effectively when she banished all omens to live in the fucking sewer? Well, it was pointed out to me that the turtle shield is a bone. This is what peak performance looks like, baby. Okay. The Witchbane ruins are below us. So these guys actually have some lore. They're mausoleum knights. They guard the big ol' honkin' walkin' mausoleum over there. Granted, they don't do a very good job at it, but it's the effort that counts. And I suppose, since I did eat Godric's remembrance, I should probably show off what a mausoleum actually does, besides being noisy and annoying. Usually these things are moving. Maybe they patched that out because people were like, oh my god, stop with the fucking bell. Basically, the walking mausoleums have these little skull growths on them, sort of like barnacles. And you have to clean them off, and eventually they'll be like, oh no, my skull barnacles, I can't stand anymore, you fiend. All games would be improved by the addition of those wonderful turtle men. I guess the veteran set, like Lionel set, is pretty good. It's turtle-like. But that's only for the player. Turtle build gimmick run. But what would he use as a weapon? Okay, we have cleaned off enough of his foot fungus that he will deign to lower his body for access. Well, you can attack with shields. If you were really dedicated, I guess you could just bash people with the turtle shield. Good night. Thanks for popping in. I kind of need to slap myself awake myself. Okay. So basically, you can go to one of these mausoleums, and once per mausoleum, you can duplicate one of your remembrances. So if you say, eat one, you can duplicate it. Or if you want to get the other weapon, you can duplicate it. Or if you just want to have 2 Godrics in your inventory, you can duplicate it. Oh, I felt like maybe you could, like, do something with the cross naginata. I think one of the turtles wields something like that, or was it just a bow staff? I don't remember. It's been a long fucking time since I watched any Ninja Turtles. Witchbane Ruins. Here's a monstrosity before God.
Hello? Oh, goodbye.
There's Sorceress Selin, but we can't do anything for her right now. If only I could, like, take the head off the cross naginata, because then you'd have what's his face's, like, little size, I think they're called? Maybe? Sadly, there is no, like, nunchuck flail, though there should be. If you're gonna go to the trouble of including flails... Oh, right, I don't have to deal with this. Torrent! Oh, I was slow. I was slow and I was foolish. Oh my god. The gang is all here. I was not expecting 5 of them to just pop out from around the corner. Goodness gracious me. At least I don't have to worry about poisoning now. You know, I think I'll just leave. Don't really know what the point of this beach is. There's just like lots of forlorn dudes on it, and they're just like, oh, it's the beach. I'm like, damn, dude, you are right. It is, in fact, the beach. There's even some beach birds. Quite a lot of them, actually. Maybe that's the point. Oh, fuck, I need to fucking put my rune arc back on. Alright, 5 hours. Let's go for like an hour more, maybe. If I get like a second wind, maybe more than that. How are we? Oh, we're back here. Hello, Mr. Merchant Man.
It's been an age since I've seen a customer. How can I help here at the end of the earth?
Already have that. More stone sword keys, I think, are always good to have. I'll buy this just cause.
Have a safe.
Alright, our next destination is that tower up there. I would, if you are struggling with the Elden Ring, I would actually recommend going here. Because you will get a useful talisman if you complete the challenge it sets before you. I hate you. Ah, right, yes. There is, in fact, a ballista. If you are not confident in your ability to take on the Mounted Knight, then I would recommend simply going upstairs, because horses cannot climb ladders. Ow. Oh, I have made such errors in my life. That is the wrong flask, and I am suffering. This is entirely my own fault. This is kind of an exhausting game to play for so long. Fuck off. Ah! Do you ever just have problems? Do you ever just sometimes have a problem? Okay, good enough. So the goal is to make it up here where there is a treasure chest, but it's a trick, it's a trap, it's a deception. Instead of giving you a treasure, it takes you somewhere else. It takes you to Leyndell, the royal capital, which is, you know, an endgame zone, pretty much. If not endgame, later game. You can rush there, but it takes some doing. Like some wrong warping, I think. Fortunately, it doesn't trap you for very long, because there's just a site of grace right here, the Divine Bridge. So if you come here and you're like, oh, well, fuck, I don't want to do that, you can just leave. If it sucks, hit the bricks. Oh, that hurt. That hurt a lot. Maybe I should put on clothes. Nah. So the thing about this Golem Man is that he's not actually very hard. Like, especially if you're using a weapon that does lots of stagger damage, he's actually pretty easy to just fucking lock down. Which is the right way? This is the way. You just go for his toesies. And that does a lot of damage, and it also staggers him. And then you can do massive damage, like he is doing to me at this moment in time. I've never actually gotten him to fall off before. I don't think it's possible, which is sort of annoying. Oh, I don't want to fall off. That'd be bad. Oh, God. God in heaven. Okay, I'm fine. I'm fine. Ah! What the hell? Camera, please. This is hard enough without your interference. It's honestly not that hard, I'm just bad. Ah! Oh, that hurt. Okay. I see. I understand. It's time for a change in strategy. Skeleton mode in. Oh, I didn't even have the dancer's talisman on. That was pointless. Why am I like this? Oh. Alright. I have defleculated myself. So this should probably go a little bit easier. Jump attacks are strong. Remember this. This goes much better with like a good weapon. Like, if I was using something that did damage, he'd probably be dead by now. Alas, this is the grave we've dug for ourselves. This grave of bones. Alright, so the thing is, that whole rigmarole was completely unnecessary. If you want, you can just go over here, open the chest, and fucking run. The Blessed Dew Talisman, when you equip it, just gives you HP regen. And it's at a pretty appreciable rate. It combos well with some other talismans that activate when you're full HP. And just in general, if you're having trouble, you can just slap it on if you're taking lots of damage and save on flasks. It's not going to help you super a lot in like a boss fight or something, but it's just having that option to just sort of take 5 and heal yourself without expending a resource is pretty nice when you're struggling, at least in my opinion. And naturally, it's more effective the earlier you get it, because when you start having more and more HP and enemies start doing more and more damage, its regen effect gets a little bit obsolete. Can't quite keep up unless you want to spend like a really long time. A really, really, really long time. And if you do, that's entirely your business, and I'm not going to fault you for it. I'm just saying, be prepared, you know? Be prepared? No. Alright, let's go back to the one true armor setup. Which is basically nothing. It's basically fucking nothing. I don't make the rules. You just get more attack when you wear less clothes. And believe me, we fucking need the help. Like, oh my god. Not enough golden seeds. least we have, like, the good time roll, you know? This is maximum iframes. Unless you get, like, the special little talisman that I've never actually found because it's hidden in one of those obnoxious tomes with, the chariot men. Oh, but fuck those guys, though! Ugh. I think they actually got, like, nerfed in this patch. Maybe. I don't remember hearing that, but it might be wrong because I'm sleepy. It's not even that late. I've just been at it for a while because I started early. I think they call this target practice. The large boy has more health and will not be downed in one arrow. 3 will do the trick, though. So, it's a little difficult to believe that Castle Morn actually had this many people living in it. I think some of these, I think they're fake. I think they're false flags. Crisis actors, you know? I mean, really, this place is, like, not that big. But this corpse pile is like, wow. It's an impressive amount of corpses. It's like so many wasted bones, though. Think of how many arrows I could make from all those dead bodies. I'm normal. This is another one of those places where there's monster infighting. Death to the oppressors! And you guys too, but mostly because you're just mad. And it's a self-defense thing. Like, even if I killed all these guys... Huh? Oh, I guess they're not of human enough build. I wonder who decided that. Please stop shooting me with bolts. Oh, I see. If you're like on the very, very tippy of the range, it won't go through. You'll just poke them. Just give them a little pokey poke. There we go. They're of human enough build. I'm just bad. This torch isn't made out of bone, so it's of limited utility. Like, I could use it to light things up. Oh, there's an item over there. But it's heavier than the standard torch, so that would just be dumb. And granted, I am a dumb fucking bitch, but I'm not that dumb. I need to keep my equip weight down. I'm wearing the turtle shield because it's got stamina regen, which is nice. Memories of the Grass Crest Shield. There's like a pumpkin-headed man down there, but that I'm not about that life. I'm just gonna leave him alone. Well, I hit one of them. Old things are kind of interesting because you can use them to make a powerful pot. Very powerful fire grenade. And they're kind of rare. The red main fire pot is what it's called, and it's quite powerful because it scales with strength. It gives you like this ranged fire option, even if you're just a strengthy meathead. Even if you only know how to fucking swing around a giant greatsword like some sort of idiot version of Guts. You can still throw a pot good. Pots in general are actually kind of strong. Like, don't sleep on pots. They will help you. Ah, please. Pot only is arguably more viable than bone only. Well, no, you need more than pots. You can only hold 20 of them, and they are strong. But enemies in this game are, like, so beefy. The final boss alone is like, oh my god. Oh, it's you.
There's a face I've not seen before. I'm Edgar, warden of this castle, as ordained by Lord Godric himself.
Oh, he's dead.
See how things have turned out. The menials have all rebelled. They gave me good service, or so I thought. But it seems it was all an act. Foul creatures, as it said, and true enough, they're foul inside and out. I'm sorry to disappoint you, but whatever you come here to do, I'm afraid Castle Morn won't hold much longer. Take this, by way of apology.
Now, this guy is royalist scum, but we do have a request from his daughter, who seemed nice enough.
Thank you. I'm in your debt, but I can't leave yet. Even if the castle should fall, sure the treasured sword of Morn does not fall into the wrong hands.
All right. We have to go get the sword because we are the right hands. Evidently. It's kind of dumb. Like, Edgar of Castle Morn, he knows nothing about me. He doesn't know that I spend hours at a time killing sheep for bones. He just sees the stranger walk up to him with nothing but a hood and a turtle shell and some bones on her arm. He's like, you know, I think that you would be a good keeper for our legendary treasured sword. But then again, he does serve Lord Godric, so I don't think he's very smart. No, not at all. Like, that's a definite red flag. Yeah, I'm gonna serve under the guy who likes to put arms from other people in his arms so he can have a lot of arms. No, no. Seems like a good spread. That might just be one guy. Oh, you know something weird? The grafted scions, like their main body face, they're kind of cute. Like they're kind of cute. Like their main body face. If you ignore that they're attached to horrific monstrosity human spider thing. It's a hard sell, I know. Oh, right, you. You were best left alone. They don't have much in the way of fire damage. I still prefer the shirts. I'm sorry. Help me, I'm of noble blood. If those hideous mongrels eat me, I'll be forever marred. Anything but that, please. Think of the disgrace. I'll just leave you with this slime. I think he's good company for somebody like you. It doesn't do a whole lot of damage to the big guys, but it does lock them down. Useful. Useful, I say. never found much use for the Twin Blade Talisman. There are others that do mostly the same thing, but more consistently. If you're not constraining yourself to meaningless things, then tarnished sunflowers are actually very useful because holy pots have the anti-undead effect that makes them very, very strong and very easy to use and make. They also obliterate death birds, which is useful because death birds are hard. I should not die to rats, not die to rats, not die to rats. Rats are deceptively powerful. Like, they attack quickly. Whip, not a bone. They attack quickly and they do a lot of stagger. For like how weak their attacks are. So you can kind of get locked down and stunned and it's annoying. It's sort of like a lesser dog principle. Huh? I was not expecting that to happen at all. Like, I was at pretty good range and I poked him, but nothing happened. Maybe it is affected by poise somewhat. Maybe you have to, like, be able to land all hits the combo. I don't know. I've never used Lifesteal Fist before because it's kind of bad. It's slightly fucking not good. Fortunately, if you just drop down here, you don't have to deal with those two. Unless you really want to. be careful. You can't swim in this game. So, the Leonine Misbegotten isn't like a super fearsome boss on his own. As you can see, he's getting pretty staggered. His poise is kind of conditional on what moves he uses. But he's very aggressive. And his big old sword, it has reach. It's got some reach to it. Fucking gravestones, I swear. He can also defy gravity, but that's not unique to him. All forms of Misbegotten are fairly weak to fire, so fire arrows were a good choice, even though it is raining. Good work, buddy. Alright, now we gotta go talk to Edgar. The unfortunate thing about that is that he's in a really awkward spot. Kind of have to fight your way through a bunch of stuff again, unless I can finally figure out how to get back over this wall. I think it might be possible. If you're some sort of flipping god. Okay, so if we do that, you can sort of find purchase for a little bit if you jump on the right spot. Okay, so like here? I'm pretty sure nobody would care about the Castle Morn skip, but I'm curious. I'm pretty sure you can't make it, even if you do manage to. It feels like you should be able to walk on this thing, you know? It's not that slippery. Oh, whatever. I'll just do it properly. Please stop. Any day now. Come on. That's a good elevator. Here's the pumpkin man I mentioned. He's just kind of chilling. Oh, there was something down here. If you can hit him in the air, even with a melee weapon, you'll knock him down pretty easy. But sometimes they do sort of hover outside where you can comfortably reach. Oh, bye. Huh? This thing is inconsistent. Let's try that again. That man, he literally just flipped around in midair. Well, I don't want to die to this guy, like some sort of chump ass. The combat in these games is so particular. It's like if you get into a good rhythm, you're unstoppable. But if that rhythm gets disrupted, it's like, oh no, I'm gonna die to this random trash mob. Speaking of random trash.
For keeping the sword from those fallen creatures. I'm no longer bound by duty. On sight, rescued Arena, I will spend my remaining days with her. Thanks to you, I will be reunited with Arena and devote my remaining days to her. Arena has a gentle nature, though. I only hope it remains intact.
Alright, well that's done. Let's go check on her. Oops, she's dead. The game even says it. She's dead.
Rena, how could this be? My daughter deserved better.
Maybe you should have fucking left, idiot.
What lies with me? I chose duty over my daughter's safety. And that is how fate has answered. I'll find them. The foul wretch is responsible for this. I'll hunt them down and exterminate every last one of them. Rest assured, Arena, it will be done.
Alright, well have fun with that. I think I need to stop for the day. I'm sleepy. I'm not gonna go to sleep though. I'm not nearly late enough, even if I were a normal person. I just need to rest my eyes. And my vocal cords. And my video game playing faculties. Wait a minute. I know. I will see if anybody I know is streaming, and then I can send a raid. If my laptop would work. Come on. What the fuck? That's not good. Never mind. Alright, hold on. Let me just get out of the game. And now that I'm not running something intensive, I can just check on my desktop. TV. Is anybody I know streaming? Oh, actually there is. Fuck, how do I do this? Where's the raid button? Raid channel. Alright, I'm just gonna raid Voxandra, I guess. She's cool. I enjoy her content. I guess I better end this